Hello. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that the microphone sounds fine. We've got a slight issue of new stuff. The main issue is like if I type it'll be like wah. If I click it'll be like wah. So yeah. Need to do this noise suppressy. What do you mean the noise suppressy? You see the thing there, Fuzz, is nothing that I tried that it suggested actually did anything regarding the key tappies. Turn up the game. Oh, we can have it like this. Alright, Chris. Man, these audio levels look so loud in my end. This all looks so loud. Now, the issue is, the stuff that you'd mentioned for like the suppressor and what have you, compressor. Oh, it's not like super loud my end. Like my end is the same as it's always been. You said it was. If I were to scroll up and you'll hear my mouse scrolling. Let's have a look. Let's have a look-see. Hi Ruth, I don't know if Nad's playing for anyone else. Oh, apparently we've got Nad's playing for like another minute and 11. Also, sorry for anyone on the VOD side of things, there was tech issues. But apparently I'm louder now. The issue is, I consider myself too loud now. And if I were to bump myself down, then I'd have to bump the music down to go with it. Let's have a look. Someone did skip and cutscene, so I'm guessing it's... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does that, Ruth. If someone skips the cutscene, that's it. Like, you don't get quest credit because, like, Bungie's good at gaming, I suppose. Anywho, we can. Oh god, I forgot about that. We can fiddle with any of the other stuff later. Only 7 minutes later. Hi everyone, how are we all doing? Actually, I suppose at this point it'd probably be 9 minutes. How's everyone doing anyways? So get this started. Oh, there you are! Feeling refreshed, I'd hope? I was about to make my way to the stadium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the Scholark. That is a really weird word, Scholark. Monty Shane. And thank him for coming to our rescue in the rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find we'd already departed for Thavner. Knowing him, he was probably hoping we'd to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're waiting for you, Stoller and the others, I thought now would be the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Yeah, sure. Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go ahead to the phenomenon. Ooh. Fair enough, fair enough. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the stadium for a time. It might be for the best. The others should return, but tell them it will not be long. Yeah. Heading out for a stroll? Yes. Scholark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the stadium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all the people to be worrying over his reputation. At our alma mater, no less. Wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. I forgot we can't like mount up and run around because we're in like a main city. True tragedy. Oh, my phone's already managed to like die on the stream. That's good. Here it is, phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. It's the first time you've been here on official business, correct? First time I've been here anywhere. Well, most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums. Also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the centre of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereal phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, 430s, second year of the 6th Umbral Calamity, phenomenon was decreed complete, and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority on etherology. The arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Guardian's foremost educational institute. I always did enjoy giving a grand tour to new students. Indeed. I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in his top form back then. Youngest to enter the studium, graduated with the highest honours in magical arts and aetherology. Undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on. You both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me. Nor did I do well to graduate with honours. And I'm certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, I've ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, I just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome than we were at the last end. It started snowing. Why does it start snowing? It's cold enough out in the real world. I know better than anyone the adoration of the student body has for Alphino, but with a bit of luck, this might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montishane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Yeah, have you seen that geezer with a weird name and rank? That was Alphino Levier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levier? And he's with his sister and Master Beldesian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. The event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you were looking for the Scholar, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Another Aliapo? In this room? Or are we in the next room? We're in this room, okay. You lost? Wander off in the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee cleaner, fresh from the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What's the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we'll send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pisa, this, down of Gigantode, that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, as being a student of School of Magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you will have your work cut out for you. I think you'll find it quite rewarding. Yeah, I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. What you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? And you're looking for a Skolak? Well, I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts. Home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. The time it's taken me to tell you all this, Skolak has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Alrighty. Meow. So I take it this is the crafty building. You've got your gathering ones over that side, you've got your crafty ones over this side. Yes, the Skolak was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor. Perhaps one of the auditoriums? Yes, perhaps. It's alright, Kryl, I'll do all the searching. What sort of a voice would this guy have? Or is it voiced? It'd be voiced.
Ah, I remember you.
Yes.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that Inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the Annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galef and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you.
Doer? I thought that was a dower. Like less dower saying. Eh.
I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye.
Yeah, the problem is, Ruth, now that that's a non-issue, people are probably just going to keep skipping it because, like, people are kids.
You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
One way to do it.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether, yeah.
Yes, very good.
I'm smart.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it.
I don't have a clue what that's supposed to say. Welcome to the something.
Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm.
Oh yeah, but everyone seemed to forget about all the Warriors of Light. They seemed to completely blank on the names.
But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
Although, as we would actually know by this point, it's more that the soul sort of like gets recycled into a new body.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought, or rather, an entire banquet.
Some of them get fragmented. Like, tap tap, come on.
I would remind you
Like
that
that.
although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits.
I clicked that too early. I'm pretty sure I just said, I'll take my leave of you. But me being me, I'm just like, aha! I can click now, because I stopped talking. It was like the end of a sentence. Not the end of the speech bubble. Yeah, so like I thought, that'll be our crafting and gathering stuff. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny. I came here with the intention of expressing my gratitude, only to be leaving more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Ki Aliapo, and the Skolax, as the Skolax suggested. While I share our findings with Raha. No, I don't need to speak with this character doesn't have any professions like properly leveled. Look at them all, they're all baby levels. Tell you what though, we'll repair stuff. Oh, don't need to repair stuff, never mind, we won't repair stuff. Getting ahead of myself there. Back to the Baldessian Annex. Yeah, Ruth, I imagine it's going to be quite rough trying to get the cutscene sorted. Because some people will just be running the mission to skip cutscenes for others because, well, some people are just that way. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the study proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scale was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring leadership of the Grand Companies of Eorzea and Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring scales in our possession to Ilsabard. So, the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain. But that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. But let's see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start with getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Ooh, didn't realize his crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vritra and the alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into every one of these scales, so we must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as official representative, were found to be consulting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling more feathers. I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With any luck, we'll soon have our own news to share. News for our own to share. Sorry about that. The tide's about to turn. I can feel it. To Ilsabard. Alright, back we go. All the way back to Ilsabard. Yeah, given the recent change, if people are probably going to keep doing it, because, like I said, people are gits. I was about to say. No, it's gone. It's gone. Ah, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seatsia and the Sultana. Oh, that's fortunate. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. You need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? I've spoken to them all the same time before, it's fine. My apologies for calling you away from Shylian on such short notice. On the contrary, we're honoured and grateful. Pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. Well, Ruth, they're working on sorting it out. But there's also like a day left until... Well, there's not even a full day left until the servers are going down. It's like 11 hours. And then the quest is going to be gone, so, you know. It's only right this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action. We have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It's reassuring to know that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Shylian, the Allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixo and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. Your triumph in Radzat hand has given us cause for hope once more. Time has come to free ourselves of this menace. It is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces continue to hold the Telothroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be Ilsabard contingent. Will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telothroi every whim without question. They too are victims. It's our duty to deliver them from their suffering. Not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest. We simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask that, in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality. But without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, and that we can all agree. Our second objective is a colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is a reason to believe the smaller spires are merely precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, failed to make any headway. Though the same could be said of the Telothroi. There's certainly no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zod, these spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excessive ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me if, in the least, if it was being redirected to a larger spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than just... I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider an official request from both Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. You accept? Everyone looks at me. Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For revenge against Etelafroi. For the people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Yshtul, the Thancred and Urianger have already pledged their support, and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Aymeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and a lac. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Tlorfarai so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better upon your return. It's alright, I won't feel the cold. Why? Because I've got a sweater on! There's a little Adventure Time reference for you there. Alamican Quarter, cool. Right, I'm just going to mute for a tad because I need to pour myself a drink. I don't know if you've heard it, but my voice is starting to go a bit. Alright, sorry about that. That is certainly a hairstyle. Look at Dagger. It's also not moving very fast because I forgot to press the thingy again. Ah. Ah, the Launderer's returned. You've been busy bringing down the tower and producing keys to destroy the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aymeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organise the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, back to our respective posts. We then not neglect our duties for long lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there's a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Gallians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Don't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I have battles of my own to fight, but words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, Lord Aymeric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, The best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As for the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do all we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. This is a random voice that we do not know the character of yet. Ah! It was Gaius van Baelsar. Words of your exploits travel quickly. From what I gather, the protective talisman you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on the occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima for the sake of the people of Garlemald. May the fates be on your side. So, you're not coming with us? Strange. Thought you would have a stake in this. I do. The Telofroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries out for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question your motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero would only hinder your efforts. We'll deliver your people from harm in your stead. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen. I'm certain of it. Nod. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures, and I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I escort you, might you escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. We get a thing from this one. The other members of the Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsabard contingent were you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yeah, please. I'd appreciate it.
By the 12.
Oh, cool, I've got Lise back. Oh, there's a lot of people that didn't enjoy Lise, but...
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Hold up, is that... I know some of these people. Like, that looks like the Lance trainer. Sorry, the Dragoon trainer. That guy there looks like one of the crafting guys in Foundation. I'm pretty sure that is one of the brothers of Horshiphone, which I am blanking on at the moment. I'm pretty sure he's the one with the manservant of Onoa. These here are that's Marshal Terrapin. But yeah, these are from Uldar. Got your black mages. You've got your potentially seeds here in training. I don't remember this guy. Is that the pirate dude from Limsa? The guy who decided to try and have a duel with Bloodheifswin, or whatever her name is. I'm pretty sure I know that guy as well. I'm pretty sure he's one of the Bard Quest dudes. But this character shouldn't actually know him. I'm curious, like, if this is different on my other character. Like, if you get, like, your current class as trainer, like, stood here. And, like, all the stuff related to stuff that you've actually leveled. It'd be pretty cool if they had, like, each of the class trainers for, like, stuff that you've done. Oh, actually. Hold on a sec. Because I think this guy might be the Marauder guild leader. Which means one of these two might be the Archer one. I know the Bard one is like out of commission.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone!
Sorry for the sirens in the
If I
background.
may have your attention.
Oh, there's all your conjurers.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
So this is your Gridanian contingent.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Yeah, Sicard, yeah. So
I know you.
he'll be leading the Limson contingent.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
Damn straight.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow.
So you'll have your thaumaturges. You got Marshal Terrapin there, obviously at least here. And we have a singular black mage. Just the one.
That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction? With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilsabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa.
That's why I recognised him. He wasn't one of the crafter dudes, he was the machinist dude.
There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine! Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
He wasn't the brother that had the manservant, he was the other brother. Okay.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. They say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorar with my tales of daring do.
Oh no, you were the one with Honorar. Never mind.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Yes.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Viera just casually back there as well. Oh yeah, because Doma's like quite close to where the Viera live in, aren't they?
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the
Dalmasca,
Bosnian
that's it.
resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlemald Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
I do believe I'm ready. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climates of Ilsabard. They would likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defences in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honours? Alright, we'll start at this side and work our way around. Yes? Here, have a scale. But these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside this Twelveswood. The Elder Seatsia, however, has granted me special permission. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald, while learning all I can of their ways. In doing so, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world. Or so she says. I say it is past time our allies benefited from the power of the Seatsia's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. Hey, you got something for us? Ah! Them scales everyone's talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Maybe worth a gill or two when this thing's over. But we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you think, but right in the sun? In Zara instead. Completely fine now. All the Admiral and Captain Kiafir told me so that they needed someone to safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humour. Of course, some of it. Some of you might be wondering what a pirate is on dry land, and with the sodden snow of all places. Well, the mackerel will do whatever needs doing. Let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. That is a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Right term? Anyway, this'll give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. One way to find out, eh? Nervous or no? I'm at you the 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Warding skills for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. There you go. Many thanks. These skills may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald. Sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw my lot in with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aymeric. To have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. The future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large will lead us to victory. Alright, Serena. Here you go. I heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. The Viera don't look like they came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep them these close at all times, yes? I'll see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, before I forget, I have a message from Hien. With the distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I've done his words justice. Gomer, much like Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet, while he could not be here, he wished to express his every conviction. Hien and Yugiri labour without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, we'll keep the enemy at bay. And with the step in the Eastern Alliance, we'll repay their efforts by ending this war. Go on then, Sadu, what have you got to say? Care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Word. Even so, I'll do as I have agreed. I've wanted to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it's worth the cause, that's reason enough. Though we all hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. It's much better company than on a hunt than any of the steps oafish men could dream to be. Alright, Magni, what have you got to say? With the Maul, champions of the Nardum, the Dothal having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dothal dog, as first among my brothers. I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Alrighty. Before I do this next one, I'm just going to quickly dash to the loo, so I shall be back. Right, I hope you've all been enjoying the Norwegian national anthem. It's time for us to continue. Do you have a warding skill for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You've been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard. I cannot stress this enough that this is no token warning. I'll be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild. But understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Almegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Basically, tuck your tail into your pants or into your jacket. You don't want it to freeze off. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Oriange and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armour, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could likewise, I suppose. Provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I would be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had the time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Oh, that was Tataru. Oops. but how? Wahahaha! I have my ways. Oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will both wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? Of course not. Wasn't silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Erghus and Blomvida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. Don't know who those are. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Shallion? Oh, why not? You can keep Kral company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard yes, those two did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone, who shall remain nameless, in the position to transport your souls to another world, who shall remain then? Yeah, okay. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'd be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, got a few things to take care of and I'll make my way to Shallion. really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in the Garlemald. Not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Oh, it's just like a... I was rather hoping it was like a full outfit. So I might have considered using it if they just like handed over a full outfit. What's that actually look like? Yeah, no, I'm not wearing that. Sorry, Tataru. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? It's an honour to finally meet you. We of the Garlemald Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal. If there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. You're ready to depart? I'll ready the engines. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. Cool. As long as I don't have to read them, that's fine with me. I think my voice could take it. We're gonna get
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Good old Emmett self-narrator.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
He gets a cool jacket. I don't get a cool jacket.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Rahat here got the
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
a good jacket.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot... Like, why couldn't I get a cool coat like one of those? Even Thancred's is cooler than my coat.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Assuming there is nothing else you wish to confirm, you may commence the mission as soon as you're ready.
Keep your wits about you.
We're ready.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Right, okay, so we'll wait for that to go away. Okay, I have a feeling that this will not work on the We took a nap.
Damn, spotted.
Guess we'll just deal with this one as quickly as we can. Right, we need to plant some bombs, right? Come on, move.
Must be losing my touch.
Right, does this work on all enemies?
Seven hells.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't work on the Magitech. I thought as much, but worthwhile just testing it. Right, okay. Sneak in on that one.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Right, do we have... Yeah, we do, okay. Right, this is gonna suck.
Seven hells.
Oh, I understand what I'm supposed to be doing. Well, I'm probably gonna fail this mission. Because I didn't actually look at all the abilities that I've got. I apologise if you can just hear like constant clicking. Right, so what we do is we wait for this guy to come a bit closer. I'm just going to stealth takedown. What's the range on this? Actually quite far, that's good. Good. But I think they're like that sort of thing. So like this one will move here, that one will move over there. That moves there, that one moves there. Yeah. Which I'm fine standing here. Wait until it starts moving and just go bam. Right, as soon as that one moves, we'll go to try and move in here. Yeah, this would help a lot more if I actually read the abilities that I had. Wait, please don't notice me, please don't notice me, please don't notice me. Well, that sucks.
Damn it!
So try that again, you know, do things properly this time. No, we do it normally. I know I'm actually doing this time. I had several more fights than I actually needed to do.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
We'll sneak in, do these. Then we can go back. Plant that. Right, hoping when it moves again I'll actually be able to sneak in and sort that. There is a slight chance I'll aggro the slasher over here. Nope, we're fine. Alright, cool. Then we hide over here, blow those up.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Alright. Then we just wait for that to go back, and then we can slide in like this side. Ooh, but what if we went the other side? Just quickly slip over here.
Damn, spotted.
This is fine. As long as we stay out of range of that one, we should be fine. Because this cuts down the number of patrols that we have going past this door as well. Come on, move, move, move. Nice, sword. Put that on sleep, then we can sneak around this side. No, we can't sneak around this side. Wow, if we just went back we could have just walked through here. It's rude. There we go, sword. Oh, is that Redovan? I think that was Redovan.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilsabard contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
True that.
Fighters! Protect the others!
Give it a nice little steady jab. Now I really just need to like not fail here. More stabby jabby.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Oh my god. I don't remember his voice being so, well, like that. Mind you, I don't actually remember his voice. Did he even have voiced lines before?
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Just knocking him out and leaving him in snow. If they're all standing in way, I might as well stand in way as well. Broadside.
You know all right back there?
How are we all doing?
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Meanwhile, on the front line,
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
Hi, guys.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Nod.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
So we're not helping the big boss one though. But, okay. That's fine, I guess.
We have them now! Forward!
What we do is we run to this side and then we just AoE. AoE for days!
Right!
Hello,
Let
bud.
them have it!
As if I wouldn't anyway.
As a raging bull!
Oh, it's like a baby version of that one that we fought off in Ishgard. Mind you, he's using like... Oh wait, no. He's literally using the same sword, I believe.
That's her! Virgilia!
Do not fall behind!
That is a really weird attack pattern. Oh, that explains why she's got aggro. Literally a paladin. Oh nice, all spread out so I can just stay in the middle. like it when the AI reacts how it's I'm gonna say supposed to, but it acts how it's supposed to anyway. Oh, that's not good.
Kneel or die!
Magna gonna do his thing now. He's gonna run into the middle and use a potion, alright. Oh, that works, I suppose. Quite a strong person, I guess. I guess I'm supposed to be attacking these ones.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
2, 1, rolling disc. Yes, that definitely only KO'd them. They're not dead, promise. They're just slightly singed.
A worthy adversary! Rest! Recover! Reclaim yourself! Then we will fight again! To the death! Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them.
Oh, that's just tragic. There he was, open arms, happy face, thinking that Serena was running to him. That is genuinely tragic.
Thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
That is spiky. I've got a feeling it's not supposed to be spiky.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken.
Wait, why do they have aetherites? I mean, I can understand it from a gameplay standpoint, but Guardians can't manipulate ether. That's why they had to invent Magitech. Which means that they wouldn't be able to use said
In the year
aetherites.
1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
I do like the colour of these aetherites though.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
What's this town called Broken Glass? Yeah, Camp Broken Glass, okay, fair enough. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Mind asking Stoll and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of camp. Alice and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over there once my head is cleared. The truth? I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. There's a monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zod, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill of the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Well, that doesn't sound good. Mind you, it wouldn't. Look at that. That spiky edible mess. You would be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby building and receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the lack of time that has clearly passed since, I would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything being stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me that they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations.
I really like this outfit.
Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Extensive travels is something of an understatement. I suppose there's nothing else, if there's nothing else needs doing. Ice fields? I love ice fields! Oh wait, no I don't. Are any survivors? We'll find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
I like how most of the game has been someone summoned in a god, let's kill it, and then we're like almost instantly swapping to I hope my god protects you. Like everyone's just fine with that. That's a nice spear. I like that spear. Gods be good. It's this cold with Tataru's clothing? Dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. Makes me realise too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. What ho, chums? Being given something useful to, do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Looks like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around the ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? It'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humour him. Could we not just, like, you know, borrow your telescope, my dude? I mean, we can do our job, you can continue with your job. Cerulean sprites. Alright then. Because it is a sort of fuel, a liquid thing. Guess we got like, I don't even know what that was. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Oops. characters is either something. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. There's a girl. Survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. Looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. You wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All that I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, rather fetching one at that. Gone by the time we get anywhere near, but should be able to follow her footprints. Assuming the snow doesn't start up again. I'll let you, Lucien, know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? Oh no, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honour demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Yeah. Trail of fresh footprints lead east. These footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously. They lead towards the building. Getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we need to keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran straight past this place. Do you mind searching up ahead? God, just seeing all this snow is making me feel colder. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. If to call out from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safe to get closer first. You must do so without drawing their attention. Right, I don't even know. Oh, she's there. Okay. I'm gonna turn around. Yep. Am I just supposed to be following her? Okay. That's going to be annoying. Right, so I'm not allowed to fall too far behind. I've also got to ensure that I don't get seen. So I should stop around about there. Right, and then she's going to walk forward a bit. So did she actually turn around, or was it just because I got too close? Oh god, nope. Oh no. Oh, I got so far as well. Just reminded me of those quests from, well, that one mission from, I think it was Spyro 2. No firing. I can see it now, I'm not going to get through these quests. Right, so then we follow after, hide behind the tree. Careful not to get too close, of course. I'm not allowed to go in front of her because she'll see me. next hiding spot is behind that rock. I think. Come on, get walking again. Right, so from here I'm going to try and dash straight over to this one. Come on. Please don't stop again, please don't stop again, please don't stop again, please don't stop again. Oh Christ. Ooh, still in one piece. Hello there. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphno. This is my sister Alice. This is our good friend Sam today. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the reasons we came here was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telothroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald. They won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care. We are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Telothroi influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night on the roar, a terrible roar, the screams. I was screaming too, I think. Not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It's like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. Your hells are real? I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers. Stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. You have family here. Is this a home? No, this is Victor Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. Just wanted to keep everyone safe. I didn't know you were... The truth is our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first though. Wait here. This is everyone. Sinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my fireboat gathering skills to use. Do you provide a spark with a little magic, Alisaie? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. She may be over the echo as well. Like, I imagine hearing voices wouldn't be something that you really want to talk about. It would explain why she's managed to avoid getting tempered. Sorry, I was still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around here, around the fire for the others. As you can tell, you're in a far worse state than me. We're planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Got a little radio on the table. That's cool. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now, it would be a good occasion to make use of Emmeline's tincture, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? This is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, and with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing, no harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of this city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains is operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of the stuff, but for all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poisoned by any chance? It was a joke, a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze upon my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead. All live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. The cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the dishevelled remains, the lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have the where you come from, I take it? Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Aminus it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like the others. So all we've been hearing is the same music, played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. A note to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Aminus. We have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. There's a solemn reminder that, though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Yeah, I got a bad news for you. You know, kid, there's a space over there for you. What's that? Oh, this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Lateran? I saw the Gartus Vigilia's troop heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Broken glass, you call it. And Vigilia and her men are there now? So, how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Yeah, we came by airship. Airships. Might be a way to... Sinya, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby, Almasty, has found its way into the house. Wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming close to the settlements. I've been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. You've a mind to continue helping us. Perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. A small group of tappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. They've already tried asking if we would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, you'd need to make it past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in that place? You only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. The offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but it might be another way to pay the tappers. Better watch out for baby Almasties while you're away. Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. Reach Tapper's den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but I'd rather not take the risk. You'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However, if you decide to head there, please be careful. You see, I feel like these are the people that are like maybe not actually close to her, and I feel like the person that's actually in there might be someone that's actually dear to her, and she asked them to stay inside to make sure that they were safe. Though she does seem to be acting pretty suspicious, I will say that. In fact, I feel a bit weird leaving no one else here with them. How the mighty are fallen. That doesn't sound like a good quest name. Who goes there? How do you find us? I mean, it stand out like a sore thumb. Purebloods over Victor's spoils hadn't given away our location. You'd never have found us. Those stuck-up buttholes. Thought they could come waltzing in the air, demanding ceruleum. Nothing to offer in return. So the boot's on the other foot, now the capital's gone to crap. So I've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game's sold. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Alright then. Y'all are gonna make me fight you? Then we'll fight. Just know I didn't want to. Thou hast forced mine hand. There you are. Just after you left, Lucinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you need a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So, this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? The Ursians. The rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? Doesn't make any sense. When the hell would you pass up the chance to put those Imperial bleeps to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Gallian. You brought here from other lands? Yerabania, Yangsha, Bosnia, and Dalmasca too, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed rap about a better life, all put to extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of Ahn, placing it firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean ingots. So sustaining us even without paymakers out of the picture. I tried to do an accent for him, but I can't keep that one up. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Heh, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins? We take enough to power the heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps to stave off the cold, it's sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full if they're interested. We'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. Well, we can certainly ask, but you're all free to go now. Why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us. Thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. Staying here for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what Ilsabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many that would be a cause for celebration, while for others their whole way of life would have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed by the Empire's name, in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best that is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? Suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting that some ceruleum. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's spoil sent you? Turn to their enemies for help. It must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Licinia's got a little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. You needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get any around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare a bottle's worth of cerulean. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. I'll send them our way, you hear? Can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered this cerulean. Come on, let's hurry back. I mean, it's quite obvious why she would. Complete strangers from someone you've been at war with for... well, sorry, from a country you've been at war with for like God knows how long. Just shows up just like, oh yeah, we're here to help. Seems a bit fishy. I'm looking forward to getting to the point where I can actually like upgrade from these. So at least at the moment it's looking like, actually what level was that? 82. Isn't right, it's too quiet. I would have thought Elfino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Right. Looking like two of them are dead. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they've fared far worse than me. Can't fool us. We know what you're all about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. Here to help, all wrong. We'll ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, as in chains steal our lands. Get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Leave the arguments for later, we've got bigger problems. Found empty medicine bottles on a bed that was still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. Now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'll never give up my people. You're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How would you let them go alone? Protect them from you. Invade our homeland, tainted with some sorcery used to slay our countrymen. The Gallians should sooner die than be suffered the insult. Better than to flee. Keep their purity intact, and be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them. At the moment you arrived. getting us nowhere. Let's say how Vicinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. First need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I'll join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. Do our best to find them quickly. One path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Two sets of fresh footprints, young women judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Sorry about that, that's a funny fair name. Russa Red Violence with you. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints. Can't think of another reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts. I imagine how hard it was for her ailing sister to cross this ice. Really do with Elfino's help, but you can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. But we'll definitely went this way. Half-buried paper. The wet half-buried in the snow. Wet paper half-buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theatre group. Though the run of the show's advertised has long since ended. Yep, that's them, alright. Totally them. Definitely not some trash that's blown on the wind. Fresh blood? Well, that doesn't sound good. Especially not that much. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Where the blood leads southeast. Oh god. This is what happens when you have too much pride. You'll wind up getting yourself killed. The two bodies are already cold. I hate to break it to you both, but too late.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
Ah, this isn't on you.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Already caused more than enough harm here. We've already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia. And everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let's linger here no more. Come. Ilsabard, there we go. With that, Ilsabard also marks Thavna. Alzay and Alfino tell me they have finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? Well, we found some people, decided to lie about hiding someone, then they sent me off to go find some other people for some ceruleum, and then we came back, and Alfino had been attacked, and then...
Thank you for your report.
2 kids had died. Tragic, truly tragic.
We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvus is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor.
So what you do there, set both sides against each other, so they'd be all fighting in one pocket. Get one big spire there. Bam.
From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
So I feel like I was right.
Something to show you all.
I feel like I was right with my guess of the limb that was in the other tower. That Tower of Zot was one of Emperor Varus's. At the very least, maybe part.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? Hey?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Apologies for that siren as well. A lot of sirens.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
You'll be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe the social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. A safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Tancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over you and keep you. Alright, Gilles. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we'll judge it as an act of hostility. Not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. I'm guessing we're heading up to Tertium? But also I'm heading up. Alright, this is far enough. Listen to carefully. Head over that hill, and follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. When you where I can see you. Do have names, you know. I'm Elise, he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Samtidi. Samtidi. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alice will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers. If you are to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. Even think about going for your weapons, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar our way, we go around them. Okay. Ready to make a dash for the station? Okay, I guess we're not going over this way, at least not just yet anyways. Unless there's a train that takes us from here over that way. What the? Is it the first stop that is? Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're just stopping here so I can check for pursuers. As it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Now the station is Reggio Demorum, with the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs, the terrorists to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off instead. From here, we're heading northeast, keeping on the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Hey. They spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. So we'll try to avoid detection. The chance of sneaking by completely unnoticed is slim at best. I'll lead the way. In the event we are seen, we have to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. Well, I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back. I would not like to take that chance. With that said, let's proceed. Ah, nice. I don't have to worry about, like, following them. See why Conrad chose you. Julius, our contingent has a queue of the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment. They would eventually regain their sanity. That's so. For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they're no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. We were like you once, Julius. We knew not the ability to save the tempered. We are more learned now. I have gained newer understanding. We are strong. We need not suffer the loss of people with the tempering process anymore. We get 2 spine shadow dives now. How long's that been a thing? Did I miss that when I leveled up to 84? Also, when did I hit 84? I don't remember being 83. I thought I logged in at 82. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. Like, whilst I would consider myself trustworthy, I also can't expect folks to just trust me based on the fact that I'm saying I'm trustworthy, you know? I mean, well said, these people deserve only death, as they've made before out of a desire to remain undiscovered. That is still a high priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Yeah, like, it's not a simple matter of yeah, I'm just going to actually run on the railway because that's probably easier. It's not just a simple matter of this person's trustworthy or this person's not trustworthy. It's someone saying that they're trustworthy or expecting themselves to be considered trustworthy when they are pretty much enemy number one of the country. the country at large. Oh no, I did like 1983. I remember now. I remember now. What they've become. They still stand there and claim that they can be cured. Those exposed to vast quantities of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. And you admit it. That you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you think twice before speaking of a cure. That's just because these ones were too far gone. If they aren't too far gone, they can be done. So I just got an announcement on my phone, and the Dynasty video from Bife is going to be going live in about 30 minutes. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. If you don't know what the Dynasty video is, it's basically Bife's got a bunch of people together to do the like some stories from the books of Sauron stuff. Basically what they think went on. Well, the Hive, sort of like a Hive origin story. From like when they were called the Krill. Before they joined with the worms. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. Already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon. Wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. I can see why they chose this as their base of operations. Could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, if Jealous was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. Maybe shielded from the wind and snow, but still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils. Must be a constant struggle to keep people warm. Oh, your voices. We may be here as my guests, others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. I suppose I'll definitely know. Like, not responding, okay, fair enough. I've expected that.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well.
Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The First? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not?
Oh, no, it's because...
Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils.
See, they're working from this happened, or this is fact. So they got driven out of their lands like God knows how many years ago. Now, since then, we've gone forward quite a few years and grown more civilized as a society. Now, the way that Garlemald is handling things is they would take over a place and basically 90% of what that country is would go to Garlemald. So he's basically just being like, hey, why wouldn't you have just joined us? Like, because he literally caused people to die?
That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you, if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
Bit rude.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
I call this blackest and nice. We go it maybe. Shed the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Yeah, that's probably because they've seen me in the... They've seen me in Praetorium.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Can I use this now? No, not responding. Okay. I'm just going to quickly check on something. Okay, so... Not yet. That is fine. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Verisium. Will you ask? No, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. Try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, you truly intend to speak with the others? Or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus. That's what you mean? Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision? Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, to trick our people into turning their coats alike, our shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? We're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly. Let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you try anything to endanger us or our interests, of no one else will pay the price. You came with Jullus, didn't you? Well, whatever business you brought here, best keep your hands off that aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess with it. There are others throughout the city built by galleons, for galleons. Teleport you all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use aetheryte's power to keep the place lit. Though even that comes at the cost of its normal functions. So cold. Being soldiers on the verge of losing consciousness. Sucks to suck. Knowledge use magic, can't help you out. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. For the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh. Damn. To the sutures. All the times. There is a lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, it'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life. We made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... night fell, we gathered around the radio, then the roar. The terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. Cut you down here. Cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Yeah, that's fair. The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it's what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Maybe one of the people on the train? Hello? Do any of you wish to speak to me? Hello? Maybe that guy on the stairs, or is that too far out of the circle? No, it's too far out of the circle. Right, who else do I need to speak to? Where are you? There you are, Octavia. It's you. Tempted to try this. I served under Lord Gaius, the 15th Legion. I was 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends. I must side in the dozens as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return. So you get what you deserve, mark my words. But it's not him that I need to speak to, it's probably Alpha. Oh, let's read the quest text. Did you learn anything of note? Well, people dislike me. Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, they will soon perish. I realise there is precious little we can do for them at present, but let bed see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Look, what am I supposed to do? I'm not no healer. I mean, I do have a healing spec, but... Sir, my eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. I know, I won't last much longer. Look to the others, who can still fight. Give them a ration. Me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Those you've met fare no better? I was afraid you'd say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but I can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he can recognize they're not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Jullus could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Jullus first. Well, to be fair, they did say that like he could take supplies. Well, seen enough. Phyllis, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from nearby houses, and as most families keep, some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, with lots of mouths to feed. Fuel is a great concern though. We've had some ceruleum set aside, but until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to our last dregs. Without heating they need. Those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. The ceruleum we need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. Will not accept your charity. We can hold on a little longer. The situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Our comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, didn't have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere. There's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted. When the Leap's words, loyal servants of the Telophori, then made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. It identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realised Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructed them to join forces with the provincial legions, for a combined assault on the Telophori. Once our allies arrived, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how are you intending to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. We need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. I'll speak with Lord Quintus. Oh, did you agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you're under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. Although more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. I mean, I literally have a bag full of food. I could literally just pass you some of those. So I'm gonna raid Stan because I should be starting at some point soon. Because I need to go to the toilet and don't fancy taking a break to come back to then raid someone, because it just feels wrong having you just sit and wait for me to then end. So yeah, we're gonna end here. It seems like a nice ending point. And yeah, we'll be back in a few hours with Valheim. Because we're trialing a evening, night sort of stream. We'll see how this week pans out. If I'm too tired from this week, then I might just cut it back to like maybe a couple of days. I'll do like evening streams. But yeah. I don't know if they're live at the moment. Stan mentioned having some like lobby issues. Yeah, I shall send you all over that way. And yeah. Look forward to seeing you in a few hours for Valheim. Catch you later, friendos. Bye.